Okie dokie. Okay, good evening. Good evening. The sound works now. Yeah, I can be late sometimes. 4 minutes plus or minus. Who knows? Who knows? How is my chat overlay doing today? Does it work? Vladimir says yeah. Yeah, it works. Good enough. Not too many problems today except for being late, right? That's fine. What do you mean, Vladimir? There is no overlay. It's just maybe the time between when it shows up on your screen, right? So Zoran first in chat, then Vladimir, hello. Rust for life, hello. That's about it, right? For the Del Anderson, good evening. Here, but may have to step out for half an hour. In an hour. Yeah, that is fine. That is fine. Okie dokie. I discovered a program called LMMS. It is sort of like a Fruity Loop Studio, like for making music. And I got entangled into that so much that I kind of forgot that it's that the stream should start now. And I remembered like 15 minutes earlier, and then I rushed to do all my preparations and eat some dinner and prepare coffee and stuff like that. That's why I late. That's why I got late, right? But at least everything works from the first attempt, right? So that's good. I kind of wanted to do. I kind of wanted to play around with music a little bit more, but it is it is what it is, right? Rust for life. Love your shirt. Yeah, thank you very much. Let me just check how it looks like on the stream. Oh yeah, it's good. It's good. I don't really watch at my not at my camera, but at the result of what my camera captures, right? But it is fine. Shall we start immediately? I think we could. We have already 8 people in the chat and 1 on Twitch, but that is probably me. I think Twitch always counts me as a viewer for some reason. Yes, please start. Nice haircut too. Yeah. Okay, let's switch to the lesson 103.2. So, processing text streams using filters. Reference to LPI objectives. Okay. Difficulty only 2. Send text files and output streams through text utility filters to modify the output using standard UNIX commands found in the GNU textutils package. So, for the first time since forever, I don't have to worry about where my camera is, right? Is it here or is it here? Is it blocking text? Is it not blocking text? Should be fine, right? Okay, let me just test Twitch just to be sure that Twitch chat is working as well. Yeah, definitely it is. Okay, so the commands, Del Anderson says looks good. Okay. There are a lot of commands for today. Dealing with text is a major part of every systems administrator's job. Dog McLeroy. Iceblade, hello. I'm quite good with those tools, we'll see. Doug, a member of the original Unix development team, summarized the Unix philosophy and said, among other important things, write programs to handle text streams because that is a universal interface. Well, from that year's standpoint at least, Linux is inspired by the Unix operating system and is firmly adopts its philosophy. So an administrator must expect lots of text manipulation tools within a Linux distribution. A quick review on redirections and pipes. Also from the Unix philosophy. Write programs that do one thing and do it well. Write programs to work together. So already I think systemd is not, it doesn't really fit in this description here, right? But it is what it is. One major way of making programs work together is through piping and redirections. Vladimir says, I agree. Dell joins. Pretty much all of your text manipulation programs will get text from a standard input. stdin. Output it to a standard output and send eventual errors to a standard error output. Unless you specify otherwise, the standard input will be what you type on your keyboard. The program will read it after you press the enter key. This is like instructions for someone who never used a computer, but quite nice. I like it. I like how they simplified it. Similarly, the standard output and errors will be displayed in your terminal screen. Let us see how it works. In your terminal, type cat and then hit the enter key. Then type some random text. Most definitely. It is repeating what I type. Yes, it is. I will hit Control C so it will stop this nonsense. Okay, let's press Control C. For more information about the cat command, the term comes from I don't speak English actually. Iceblade says what I thought it only read files. It reads the input, so you can feed it. This is a part of, let me show you. This is a part of write programs to work together, right? So the cat command, you can feed the cat with the file. You can feed the cat through the pipe. Are you following so far what I'm saying? You can feed it through the pipe, but also you can feed it the standard input. Yeah, exactly as Dell said. Now, I'm not sure if I explained it properly, but there are multiple ways how you can manipulate these programs and which one feeds which other one. So the cat comes not from the animal, but from the term. Let me try to read this. Yeah, this is a long word. I feel like it's in German or something. Concatenate. Maybe. Did I read it correctly? Concatenate? Okay, please refer to the manual pages. If you're working on a really plain installation of a Linux server, some commands such as info and less might not be available. Dell says concatenate. Okay. Yeah. because C is sometimes C, sometimes is K. Funny language. If you're working on a really plain installation of a Linux server, some commands such as infileless might not be available. In this case, install these tools using the proper procedure in your system as described in the corresponding lessons. Vladimir says, wonder, will they mention cat? With some arrows and the file? Or is this out of scope? As demonstrated above. If you do not specify where the cat should read from, it will read from the standard input, whatever you type, right? So what Iceblade did not expect. And output whatever it reads to your terminal window. It's standard output. Now try the following. Yeah, to be fair, we have pet cats, not pet sets. Okay. Now try the following. Cat into the my text file. There's something going on behind me. Let's go to the... I could move a little bit, right? Let's go to the temporary folder. Cat into the file. Oh. I got a dog. I got a dog. Tu ćeš biti lajka? Može, bravo, tu budi. Okay. Cat says meow. Dog says meow. Not. Okay, let's cut the file, yeah. Move file to crap. So let's cut the crap. Sorry, I just had to. I need to concentrate. This takes a while to get back. Okay, it's suddenly very hot in this room, so I had to open the window. Yeah. The dog was wandering behind me. What the hell is going on? Dlaka. Yeah, I really didn't want to laugh too much on the stream. So, we cut something into my text file, and then we cut the text file, and then we got our output. So, the greater than sign tells cat to direct its output to the, file, right? Not to the standard output. Now try this. Cut my text file to my new text file. Well, what is this going to do, right? Dell says, aka aide de mémoire, I suppose. Lance, welcome in, Lance. Enjoy live lessons. Know it, but fun. Yeah, it's some of these things we all know, right? But there were some things that almost nobody knew, and there is a lot of this in between, right? So as much as we, how do I put it? The more we know, the more we have fun, right? So it is all good, all good. What was the? We are supposed to cut one file into another file, right? So cut the crap into the. What are we cutting this into? Well, somewhere, right? So, what is the lesson? Iceblade had the skill level goose from Ice to Vladimir. Okay. So, my new text file, right? Cut the crap, cut the somewhere, right? So we have two of the same files, right? Good. A little bit of coffee before it gets cold. Just the right temperature. I wish I would have some kind of a heater to keep it at this temperature. This has the effect of copying my text file into my new text file. You can actually verify that these two files have the exact same content, performing a diff. Okay, so that's a new command. Diff between the crap and somewhere, right? So there is no difference. Otherwise, it would tell us so. As there is no output, the files are equal. Now try the append redirection operator. Echo, this is my new line, and put it into my new text file. Iceblade says diff would have been useful last lesson, I think. Haven't we used diff the last time? I'm pretty sure that we did. At least once. So we want to do the echo. This is a new bark from the dog, and point that into which one? Into which one? Into my new file, which is called somewhere. Iceblade says, well, was sick on that one, so might remember wrong. Yeah, but Vladimir remembers. Okay, so now let's do the difference. Actually, let's do the difference between these two files, right? Okay, so that's the that's the difference between these two files. So far, we have used redirections to create and manipulate files. We can also use pipes, represented by the symbol pipe, to redirect the output of one program to another program. Let us find the lines where the word this is found. Sorry. Okay, so this is the most basic thing that you do with the pipe command, like since the dawn of the age or something like that, right? So let's cut the crap and then pipe it with the grep command, which takes out the lines that contain the bark, right? So there is nothing in here, but in the file called somewhere, there is a bark from the dog, right? So that's how you pull out, that's how you feed the grep command from the cat command, if that makes sense. Okay. Grep -I, and now we have piped out the output of a cat to another command grep. Notice when we ignore the case using the -I option, we get an extra line as a result. Extra line as a result. Grep -I. Where is the extra line as a result? Grep -I. Man, grep. What is I doing? I use -I all the time. I don't understand ignore. What in case? Let me just see. Ignore case. Oh, the case. Okay, I didn't realize it from the PDF. Ignore case distinctions in patterns and input data so that the characters that differ only in case match each other. Okay, okay. I actually don't really use that one. However, I may start doing it now. The last script I made a script. I have a lot of same servers that work, and there are like 50 of them, and they connect via VPN to a point where I can reach them. So locally they have static IP addresses, but when they VPN into my network, I don't VPN to them, they VPN to me. And once they VPN to me, they get random IP addresses via the VPN. And whenever I need to connect to one of those, I need to know what the IP address is. So one of the ways to do that is to go to the DHCP server on the VPN. This takes a little bit until I connect there, and voila, voila. And then I skim through the. I got a follow from someone. Who that is? I don't know. UG 0908 on Twitch. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, so the finding hosts on the DHCP server is a little bit harder than what I did afterwards. And what I did is all of these servers have a web service on them. And when you connect to their web service, it says what their host name is. So I made a little bit of a script that connects to each IP address in the entire subnet, and it downloads the entire web page from every of these servers. But it doesn't download them as a file. It just does this with a set of commands that just pipe and grep each other, right? And when they download the name, it just outputs to the standard output its IP address and the host name, and it just lists them all into the standard output. And when I want to find a server that is called, like, I don't know, black, if I'm looking for the black server, I just execute my script and just grep the word black so that it outputs only one file, and then I know which IP it is. But some of these servers have small caps, big caps, or whatever you call them in English. And I told my script, when it is downloading the hostname from the web page, to convert all of the caps to lower caps so that I don't have to worry about stuff like this. Yuji says, how are you doing? Yeah, I'm doing good. We are learning Linux here, and you can join us. I suppose you can see the chat on the screen from YouTube, so feel free to communicate with people on the other platform. Okie dokie. let's process text streams. Reading a compressed file. Okay, this is actually fun. We will create a file called ftu.txt containing a list of the following commands. Are we? We will create a file called ftu.txt. Am I supposed to copy paste this? I suppose so. Okay, ftu.txt. ftu. Actually, we can do the cut into ftu.txt, right? And then just paste anyway, like all of it, right? And exit. Like let's cut this file to see that it actually worked. Yeah, it did. Good. Now we will use the grep command to print all of the lines containing the cat, right? So we have 3 lines that contain the cat. Another way to get this information is to just grab the command to filter the text directly without the need to use another application to send the text stream to the standard output, right? So you can just use grep. Let's just copy paste this as it is, right? So we get the same result. Good. Remember, there are many ways to perform the same task using Linux. There are other commands that handle compressed files. bzcat. I know about bzip, but I wasn't aware about bzcat. bzcat? bzcat? bzcat. It actually exists. bzcat. Block sort. Okay, I know bzip, but I don't know what bzcat is. Okay, this is fun. There are other commands to handle compressed files. bzcat for bzip compressed files, xzcat for xz compressed files, and zcat for gzip compressed files. And each one is used to view the contents of a compressed file based on the compression algorithm used. Okay, so it's a combination of cat and the archiver. I used to just forward from the I used to just unarchive the file to the standard output and then do the cat through the pipe, right? So I didn't know about the shortcut. Okay, verify that the newly created file is the only one in the directory. Then create a zip compressed version of the file. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that it is the only one. Then we just zip it, right? Okay, now it's zipped. Yeah, now it's zipped. I'm sure it is. So if we use the just the normal cat, we are going to get the binary output, right? It's a little bit garbled, but if we use zcat, it will uncompress the file while it is cutting, right? This was more than obvious, but I just wasn't aware that such a shortcut exists. I thought that we should end. Vladimir says, I thought that we should end cut into the file with Control D and not Control C. Shall we try it again? Cut into the test, la 1, la 2, la 3, la 4, and now Control D doesn't do anything for the first attempt, but when I did it twice, it left a percentage sign. Let's cut the test. Yeah, it left the yeah. You definitely need to exit with Control C. to interrupt the cutting procedure. I have no idea what the Control D just did. First it did nothing, and then it did something that I didn't expect. Okay, so zcat does what zcat does. Note that gzip will compress ftu.txt into ftu.txt.gzip, and it will remove the original file. By default, no output from the gzip command will be displayed. Vladimir Mishev, is that Del Anderson, is that a FreeBSD command? Damn lad, Trap, welcome in. How is going, Pips? Good. That's Gnuism. Gnuism? I suppose. I had a FreeBSD installed until, I don't know, this morning, I think, or yesterday, on a laptop. But on the laptop, which I keep overrunning with new operating systems, I was testing Zorin OS 17.3. Was it yesterday or today? I have no idea, but the review is finished. Note the zip. Okay. However, if you do, Vladimir says Control C should abort command. Well, it did abort the command, but the previous content was already written into the file. So, however, if you want gzip to tell you what it is doing, use the verbose output with -v, right? Okay, gunzip. What's the FTU, right? Gunzip FTU. Let's gzip it again. Gzip it with -v. Okay. The output file size is 21% of the original, I think. Replaced with ftu.txt.gzip. Vladimir says there is also xzcat for reading manual pages. Okay. Viewing a file in a pager. You know, cat concatenates a file to the standard output once a file is provided after the command. The file var log syslog is where your Linux system stores everything important going on in your system. Using the sudo command to elevate privileges so as to be able to read the var log syslog file, sudo cat and then the file. Actually, let's do that. No such file or directory, because why would we have such a file on Arch Linux? Let's do the, I don't know, Pacman? Pacman is fine, right? Pacman.log. There we go. Okay, something. Good. You will see messages scrolling very fast within your terminal window. No. My terminal window is GPU accelerated, which means I will not see scrolling messages very fast. No speed is going on. I'm just joking, but yeah, I think they didn't expect modern computers. You can pipe the output to the program less, so the results will be paginated. Okay, let's do that. Less, pretty standard stuff, right? Good, let's quit that. Iceblad says, but why? Damland Trap thinks that modern computers are pretty fast. By using less, you can use the arrow keys to navigate through the output, and also use the vi like commands to navigate and search throughout the text. Yeah, one of the most common things to do with less is basically scrolling up and down, but also using the forward slash to do the, I don't know, cat, and it will find you your cats, right? Just like a quick search. Just use the forward slash within the less program. Yeah, however, rather than pipe the cat command into a pagination program, it is more pragmatic to just use the pagination program directly. Okay, so you can just less your syslog. Okay, good. Same output, right? Nice. Getting a portion of a text file. If only a start or the end of a file needs to be reviewed, there are other methods available. The command head is used to read the first 10 lines of a file by default, and the command tail is used to read the last 10 lines of a file by default. Okay, I need to, how do you say in church? I need to confess my sins. I have been using UNIX, Linux, for, let's say, since 1993, I think. And I am pretty sure that I have used the tail command ever since. Maybe not from day one, of course, but from the very beginning. I have never even considered that the command head exists. But yeah, I use tail all the time. I use tail all the time because, of course, you want to see the end of the log, right? Like tail. You need the tail to see your logs. You can also follow your tail, right? So you have the you have your log running here. Sudo pacman -sy. Let's reinstall, I don't know, xterminal. There we go. So in the log files, you can see that we are running pacman -sy xterminal. We are synchronizing package lists. That's the Y command, right? And if I press enter on the other terminal where I'm doing the pacman stuff, in the logs, you will see transaction started, reinstalled xterm, transaction completed, running the systemd update hook, and stuff like that, right? So what we just did is we have followed our tail, right? This is really, really useful for when you're watching the live traffic on your server. Basically, people are constantly connecting to your server, right? And you know, stuff is happening, right? Let me actually see if I can demonstrate this in a more convenient way or more tangible way. SSH. Okay, which one is my which one is my PeerTube? I still didn't remember all of my new IP addresses. Let's try with 18. Is this my PeerTube? No. Let's try 17. Is this my peertube? Yes, it is. Okay. Sudo -i var log. Is there any logs here? Oh, let's say the nginx. Okay, so access log, tail access log. Nothing in access log. Then peertube access log. Okay. Who can open up my my peertube? I have typed the address of my peertube in chat, so you can open it and watch the logs happening as you open the as you open my you know, peertube. I just wanted to give you an idea about what the tail follow does, right? So you can watch live what is going on with your server, because this, after all, is a public server, and you know, stuff is going on. People are watching. For example, let's see who is watching via Firefox. I'm not sure if it's capital or lower caps, but let's see if anyone is using Firefox. Try to refresh the page. And there we go. Now some Firefox stuff is going on. Logging my info there. Yeah. That's how stuff happens. What is this Russian stuff here? I don't know. But yeah, the tail stuff is really fun, right? What is not fun is head, because why would I use head? I mean, to see how things have started, of course, but I never really did that before. Alexei wonders who that was. I was going to say, you know, that it was Alexei if Alexei was in the chat, but Alexei wasn't in the chat, so that's why I just said who it is. Welcome in. If you want to take a peek into a file, yeah. Okay, so the head of the file gives you your 10 first lines. The tail gives you your last. I just joined. Oh, welcome in then. To help illustrate the number of lines displayed, we can pipe the output of the head command to the nl command, which will display the number of lines of text streamed into the command. I'm just thinking about something. We could combine the nl with the toilet command, I mean the wc, to get the line count and the lines counted. Let's see. What did they want me to do? Head? No, let's not use the head. Actually, let's use the tail. Let's use tail, and then NL, right? So we have our lines counted here. And then we can use the word count. This will give us the amount of words being presented, right? But if we just tell them to count the lines, we should get an output similar to this one, but also with the word count -l. Actually, it might skip the output and just tell us how many lines there are. Yeah, 10 lines. Interesting. I was just thinking if I could get the output as well as the amount of lines. Let's see if we can do that. Man toilet, print lines, read words total version. Oh, so we can't keep the original. It's just counting. Okay. Dell says toilet command. Okay, yeah. Islet says, oh, NL counts lines no matter what line on the file they are on. It just gives you a number in the beginning. You kinda can with T. Maybe we can try that. What I wanted to do is let's use tail -n20. Okay, now we have 20 lines. But yeah, they are just ordered, and that's all. NL is very useful combined with sort. I think we're going to get to that. And we can do the same by piping the output of the tail command to the toilet command, which by default will count the number of words within a document, and use the -l switch to print out the number of lines of text so that the command has read. This seems like I have read this PDF in advance, but I really didn't. It's just logic what comes next. Sudo tail. Yeah, we did that already. Should an administrator need to review more or less of the beginning or end of a file, the number option can be used to limit the command's output. Okay, so if you want just 5 of them or 12 of them, right, you can make it more output, less output, depending on your wishes, right? The basics of sed, the stream editor. Let us take a look at the other files, terms and utilities that do not have the cat in their names. We can do this by passing the -v option to grep, which instructs the command to output only the lines not containing the cat. Okay. Where was the file? The command such a long time ago. Did I skip it? I did. Alexei says my favorite use of tail is with the n+0. So n+0 sounds like it would output nothing and a few files. It will print those files with headings. Useful for pasting contents of multiple files in emails and chat. I have to try this because I'm not entirely sure I understood. Okay, all of the rows that don't contain the cat. So tail -n +0. and a few files. Like a file after file after file. Oh, okay, I understand now. But it printed the entire file, which is, I suppose, what we wanted. Did we want that? I don't understand it. +0 means start printing starting with line 0. So basically the whole file. Oh, so the tail -n +0 is the same as cat, basically. I mean, why not just do this? Oh, because it will. Okay, I understand now. The tail command makes a separation. The tail command helps to tell us where the file begins. All right, all right. Looks useful. Yeah. Especially when you start sending email from the command line, right? I really don't want to start another monologue that kind of has the vibe back in my day, but in reality, back in my day, we could send emails through the command line by using the telnet command. Really easy. Nowadays, not so much. Too much security being installed on way too many email servers, basically all of them nowadays. So that's not really useful. X0 Ahmed, X0, welcome into our little Linux lesson. But yeah, I wonder if I could still send an email to myself. By using the telnet command. Telnet mail Linux 25. Such I don't even know which one it is. Actually, let's do it like this. Do we have dig command? Yeah, we do. Dig mx at linuxrenaissance.com. Do we need the at? Maybe not. Okay, we need this. Let's telnet this host 425. It's actually let us in. Hello. Okay, this works. I haven't done this for many years. I'm trying to remember how it went actually. Mail from root at linuxrenaissance.com. Okay. Recipient root recipient to root at linuxrenaissance.com. Ah, now I am spammer. Yeah, I see why it won't work anymore. So basically, this is how you send email to someone. You connect to their port 25 and you type a bunch of commands to deliver the email. However, mail from. I think this is the problem here. I have presented myself as this email address, but I have arrived from the entirely wrong IP address. Okie dokie. You're a spammer of yourself, yeah. Nowadays, I'm telnetting only to my printer sometimes. Modern browsers are best also. It won't display HTTP content from my local server due to my security. Okay. Most of what we can do with grep, we can also do with sed, the stream editor for filtering and transforming text, as stated in the sed manual page. First, we will recover our FTU text file by decompressing our xzip archive. Okay, let's unzip it. We now have it unzipped, right? Now we can use this sed to list only the lines containing the string cat. Okay. Good. So what did we do now? We used the stream editor -n cat p. I don't know how this works actually, but let's figure it out. So we are feeding the file into the stream editor with these options here, cat and p. We have used the less than sign to direct the contents of the file into our stream editor. The word enclosed between slashes, example cat, is the term we are searching for. Okay, so this is the term we're searching for. The -n option instructs the stream editor to produce no output unless the ones later instructed by the p command. Try running the same command without the n option and see what happens. Okay. So we got the entire file. I'm not sure what the P stands for here. We're going to take a look at the manual. Vladimir never used -n with sed. Then try this. Okay, so this time we have no cats because we used the D. P is print. But if P is print, then it kind of needs the -n because -n tells the print to, I suppose, ignore the everything else than what we are trying to print. If we do not use the -n option, sed will print everything from the file except for what the D instructs sed to delete from its output. Okay, so D is deleting and P is printing. Okay, I understand now. So sed will print either way. Sed will print either way, right? Sed and the ftu.txt, no? Or just P? Ah, okay. Just P for print, but it printed twice. I'm just guessing here. Why did it print twice? Without the -n, there are 2 lines for each matching line. Oh. Okay, I'm trying to understand it. Okay, so the cat. Oh, okay. So the cat. So sed P as in print will print the entire line, the entire file line by line, but we will also get this content here again. One is printed by just sed, the other one is printed by the P. Okay. And once again, just the cat. But if we want to go without the cat, then it's DS for delete. But if we delete the cat and print nothing else, then we get nothing. Helda dude, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Ah, only filthy animals and communists like you use Linux and open source garbage. Well, I can't read the rest of it. But thank you very much for joining the stream, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of it. And I need moderators on Twitch. Yeah. The double streaming so far has proven to be really useful for me, I must say. Like, really useful. Okay, where were we? A common use of sed. Damland trap. Yeah. Vladimir says, yeah, basically sed syntax is based on add text editor. Ah, okay. I need a zip. I was thinking how to slow down the spam on Twitch, but there isn't too much of it right now. So that's no big deal for now. Soler just subscribed. Where? The logo was different, so I suppose on YouTube. Or am I mistaken? I have no clue where the subscription came from, but thank you. We have a saying, I ran after you for 3 blocks to say that I don't care about you. Dude went to a Linux stream just to say that he hates Linux and open source. Yeah. Yeah. In the gaming communities, which I am also a part of, we usually say living rent-free in someone's head. Oh, the Helda dude says sip of the poison and some other stuff that the auto moderator has held. I didn't even know that I have enabled the automatic moderator, but yeah. Helda dude, you can still remain in the stream. It's we are learning about Linux, right? We are going from the very basic stuff to a little bit more advanced stuff, and we are having a lot of fun. So if you want to feel a part of this fun, there might be the need for you to adjust to the tone of the chat just a little bit if you want to fit in, right? I think it would be good for you. Damlan Trap says maybe he can learn something. Yeah, I'm sure he can. I suppose he did come in here because he wants to learn about Linux, but maybe he has a little bit of troubles in expressing himself. That's all. It's not. I mean, a lot of people have difficulties in their life, and I don't want to. How would I put it? I don't want to make it harder for them to enjoy learning about Linux, right? Zona says politically correct. No. This is not politically correct. No. This is just me. This is just me being me. There is nothing political about me welcoming people into the stream. No politics here. Thanks, but no thanks. Anyways. Linux Cat. Hey bro, good to see you. Good to see you. Great video too. You mean great stream, yeah? But thank you very much. Zoran says, I do not know your first name, Linux Renaissance. I am not sure if I have ever told it. One of my friends actually told me that I should remove the Dart in all of my videos, you know, in the beginning of the video on the red stripe, and just put my actual name. It's not that good. The name is not good. Vladimir says most of this works on proprietary Unixes as well, so yeah. A common use of sed is to find and replace text within a file. Alexei thought that my first name is Linux. Yes. Yes. Common use of sed is to find and replace text within a file. Suppose you want to change every occurrence of the cat to a dog. You can use sed to do this by supplying the s option to swap out each instance of the first term cat for the second term dog. Okay, so sed. Ahmed says, I prefer Twitch more than YouTube, but some people like to ruin the fun. Ban this person. Ahmed, if you you're on Twitch. Sorry, I didn't realize. Damlan Traps says, I know he's Linux Darth Vader. This is possible as well. Yeah. Thanks, Ahmed. A common use of sed is what we said it is. Let's try this, right? So, busy dog. Do we have some more dogs here? XZ dog. We have a couple of dogs here, 3 of them, right? What we want to do as well is do this maybe. Why didn't this work? So, but this works. Swap would that alter the file or just the output? Iceblade, well, right now we are working with a standard output. If you want to alter the file, you need to redirect into the file. Add a P after the last. Oh. Okay. So we need to print the dog. Okay, this is going to take a little bit of getting used to. But by saying getting used to, I actually mean getting used to in terms of having some practice. So pipe it with the forward arrows. Yeah, one arrow will overwrite the destination file, and 2 arrows will append to the destination file. Okie dokie. Where were we? We have the dog. Okay. Rather than using a redirection operator to pass the FTU file into our sed command, we can just have the sed command operate on the file directly. We will try that next, while simultaneously creating a backup of the original file. So this is exactly what Iceblade was asking for. Sed is the best tool for any admin to learn. Yeah. Okay. So sed-i.backup, and then we will swap the cat for the dog. And we are working on the ftu.txt, right? So we are now actually working on the text itself, right? So cat the ftu, and now we have dogs inside, okay? But also we have the backup file. Cut the backup file with just the cats. Perfect, more questions answered than I did not know existed yet. Nice. Okay, so if we do the sed, if we swap cat for the dog inside the ftu.txt without doing the backup file, right? Then let's see what happens. We have now basically printed out the result of what we just did. And let's cut. Oh, this is the, remove ftu.txt, move or copy ftu. I need the cats. Cat ftu. Okay, this one is with cats. Okay, so now we are going to replace cat with the dog in the ftu.txt, and let's cut it now again. ftu.txt. So what's the backup about? The sed didn't actually replace the file as I expected. -I for no backup file. You need -I to replace in the file. Okay, so the I is replacing. Okay, so let me see if I'm getting this straight. Man said, let's find the instructions for I. Okay, so the I edit files in place, makes backup if suffix or suffix supplied. Okay. So the I is work on the file. I is work on the file and do the backup. I thought that the I is just do the backup, but this makes more sense. It's shorter than I thought that it would be, right? I thought that it's another switch for making a backup file and a different switch or no switch for working on the file. -I for the files. Okay. Okay, so -I for the file. We have no output now. FTU. Now we have dogs inside. Can we give our cats back? How is there no my command? My last command. What's going on? Where's the set? Oh, there it is. Let's return the cat. Oh. Good. Now we have our cats back. The -I option will perform an in-place sed operation on your original file. If you do not use the backup after the -I parameter, you would just have rewritten your original file. Whatever you use as text after the -I parameter will be the name the original file will be saved to prior to the modifications you asked sed to perform. Philcon, welcome in and hi. Vladimir is asking a question. I don't know. Okay, it said whatever you use as text after the -I parameter will be the name the original file will be saved to prior to the modifications. Except if I start it with dot. Let me test this. Okay, replace cats for dogs and just backup. Just backup, okay. Got no backup. Oh, ftu.txt. So it's the PDF is not Iceblade. I did not miss a dot. I didn't miss it because the PDF says whatever you use as text after the -I parameter will be the name the original file will be saved to prior to the modifications. So I am testing how it works, right? It just appends to existing name of the file. That much I understood, but the PDF seems like it's incorrect. Does this sound incorrect to you? By the way, Ahmed, in Twitch chat, you can join the conversation if you like. Demlan Trap agrees with me. Alexei says, sed works line by line. G is to keep working on the same line. So if you echo test test, sed as test hello, then without G, it will only replace the first part, and with G, both. So when it replaces something, it goes to the next line. Ensuring data integrity. We have demonstrated how easy it is to manipulate files in Linux. There are times when where you may wish to distribute a file to someone else, and you want to be sure that the recipient ends up with a true copy of the original file. A very common use of this technique is practiced when Linux distribution servers host downloadable CD or DVD images of their software along with files that contain the calculated checksum values of those disk images. Here is an example listing from a Debian download mirror. Okay. We have some MD5 sum files. The dog is detecting an enemy. Okay, so we have the ISO images, and in these files are the hashes to be calculated against these files, so that we can verify that we have in fact downloaded the file, the original file. It is that file. The download didn't get borked or something. In the listing above, the Debian installer images file are accompanied by text files that contain checksums of the files from the various algorithms. MD5 SHA1. I would just read this as SHA1, but maybe SHA. SHA-226 and whatever. A checksum is a value derived from a mathematical computation based on a cryptographic hash function against a file. There are different types of cryptographic hash functions that vary in strength. The exam will expect you to be familiar with using MD5 sum, SHA-256 sum, and SHA-512 sum. Once you download a file, for example the Debian net install ISO image, you would then compare the checksum of the file that was downloaded against a checksum value that was provided for you. Here is an example to illustrate the point. We will calculate the SHA-256 value for the ftu.txt file using the SHA-256 sum command. Okay. A little bit hard to pronounce. Okay, so this is our checksum for this file, right? It is very unique, and if I modify anything inside this file, the checksum will no longer match, right? So if we repeat the mathematical calculation, it will give us the same result each and every time, right? So if we use nano ftu.txt and just change the, I don't know, let's just add one dot here and save it, and let's calculate the hash again, right? So now it's completely different. It is no longer the original file. And let's go back to editing the file, right? Let's remove the dot, save it, and calculate, right? So once again, now the file absolutely matches the original one as it was prior to temporary editing, right? The long string of characters preceding the file name is SHA-256 checksum value of this text file. Philcom says now we can start mining Bitcoin. Don't think so. Let us create a file that contains that value so that we can use it to verify the integrity of our original text file. We can do this with the same command and redirect the output to a file. You redirect the output to a file, right? And let's cut the SHA, right? So that's the output, right? Damland Trap says, I do. Hash algorithms take last modification time of file in. I'm not sure what you just typed. Hash algorithms take last. Damland Trap, does your sentence ends with a dot or with a question mark? Iceblade says the diff command would help to verify. The diff command is not for this particular use case. It is more like when you're giving a file to someone and it is being transferred over a medium or something, then you also can give the person the hash calculation so that the person can verify that he actually received the file that was intended for him and it wasn't modified in transit. You know, less likely to be modified by a malicious person and more likely to be modified by an error in transmission. That's not so common, but it can happen. So the question mark, says Demland Trap. So the hash algorithms take last modification time of file in calculation. No. Obviously it does not. Actually, you might be right. Or not. No. It's the same. I mean, it wouldn't make sense to take the time into consideration, but it could take the file name into consideration in some scenarios, I think. I forgot, but I suppose we will get to that. Actually, let's try it right now. Rename ftu to ftu.takes p, right? It's still the same. The file name doesn't matter. I think in some cases file name did matter, but clearly not in this one. Welcome says SHA-256 on the file and then difference against the hash. Well, I suppose. Yeah, I suppose you can do that, yeah. I wasn't even considering that. We did something wrong. That's not how it's supposed to work. So let's think about it. So this command here is giving us the hash. The contents of this file is giving us the same. So if we output this in a standard output, how do we get it? Yeah, but Philcon, you did a great stuff here, because that's what we do on this on these classes. We learn. So now we're trying to figure out how to feed it into the diff. We surely can. I mean, let me do it in a stupid way. Let me first do it in a stupid way, which I think it will work, and then let's do it in a smarter way. Okay. So let's do the difference between the SHA-256 and can we do it SHA-250? Iceblade says maybe SHA-256 on the file and then redirect. Oh, no. You cannot redirect it to the text file. You will modify the text file. Let's try it like this. Desi Beldani or Deji Beldani, howdy from Switzerland. Hello back to you. SHA-256 on the FTU file. Can we put it like this? Okay, now I'm making up stuff. Cut SHA, no such file. Ah, sorry. Okay, we got nothing. That's good. That's kind of good. I mean, we got nothing, so I think that's good. Let's calculate SHA-256 for the file somewhere into the SHA.somewhere, right? Okay, so this command gave us nothing, which is good. Not that command, sorry, I meant this command gave us nothing, but let's use this somewhere. Oh, this command is giving us also nothing, so that's not good. Iceblade says new file called text, then compare with the SHA. Got SHA somewhere. Okay. You're printing to file called diff. Yeah, I am. Maybe use bash scripting with $. I am not sure we want to use bash at all. We're just trying to use the tools without the shell scripting. Let's do it again. Okay, so SHA-256 on the FTU file. Okay. Desi Beldani, I think I should subscribe to this channel. I found it just recently. Oh, of course, of course. Goody, goody, goody. Okay, so let's. Iceblade. Demlan Trap says try the pipe. Okay, if. I mean, the diff. We are piping the output to the diff, right? But we need the other file. We need the file. I don't think we can pipe stuff twice. Iceblade had an idea, then it derailed everything. No, it didn't derail everything. It made the stream richer, right? Oh, Alexei says diff, the other file. Like this. Without the quotes, okay. Okay, now it works. Now it works, but now we need to figure out what the dash is. I don't think the dash is a part of diff. The dash is something else. Dash means read from standard input. Okay. It's read from standard. Oh, okay. So what is going on here then? We are doing the calculation on the file, and we are getting the output, and then we are piping the output to diff. But how is the dash? You must use the dash for stream. Diff needs two files to compare. Of course it does. One is std in, the one is the file. So the piped thing. Okay, now I understand. Okay, so diff works on the file and on the whatever that we are piping into it, right? So in that case, it should work like this as well. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so that's just one of the inputs. One input here and another input here. Iceblade, write notes. Oh, and with that command, you can now quickly compare. Yeah. Okay, now to verify the FTU file, we just use the same command and supply the file name that contains our checksum value along with the -c switch. Okay, so we now got the elegant solution to what Iceblade wanted to have. We just did it in a more complicated way. No! No! duckduckgo.com. I'm just looking for something. Okay, this is for Iceblade. Iceblade, you did a good thing to the stream. Now we learned both the hard way, and we are now going to learn the easy way, because all of this matters. Deji Dani, I only know SHA 256 sum-c. Ignore missing file name. You're trying something special. Okay. Literally. Okay. The file is okay. If we feed it the other checksum that I made for the other file, now it shouldn't be okay because it's not the same, right? Or is it? Why is this okay? Because I understand. Because the contents. Look, cut. Where does it take which file to check? Inside the file, right? Here it tells it where the -c should compare with. We can change it. We can change it. ftu.txt, right? So we are now telling it to compare with a different file, right? See? Now it's not good. Hilcon says, I meant that it checks all files in the directory. Now I did not understand. We are... Does the command not just use working directory? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you're telling the application to check this file and verify the checksum against the file which is described inside this file, right? So when you use this on this text file, you're telling this program to calculate for this file again and then compare it with this. So clearly it did not match because I have deliberately changed it. Daimler Trap says it reads file name from file, then computes its hash, and then compare it to the one inside of the file. Yeah, correctly that. Correctly that. If we do it on this one, it will be fine, because that one is fine. The other one I deliberately broke. The value contained within the file matches the calculated SHA-256 checksum for our ftu.txt file, just as we would expect. Philcon says, I didn't know the checksum file had the original file name in it. Yeah, now we have learned that. We can verify this on the internet. Let's go to someone mentioned a country recently. I forgot. Never mind. Let's go to Czech Republic to download Debian 12 AMD 64 ISO CD and well, Debian net install. Copy link address. Okay. Vget will not execute and completion Vget exists. What? When I saw you enter the Debian site, my thought was we have entered the maze of no return. No. What is going on with vget? Vget. Get my file. Vget will not execute. I don't know. What is going on? I don't have vget. Sudo pacman vget. Maybe I didn't have it. I got confused when it said will not execute. I have never had an operating system which doesn't come pre-installed with vget until now. Okay, vget one more time. Nice. Iceblade, yeah, I was wondering about curl as well, but I was just surprised because I literally never stumbled upon a scenario where there is no vget. You know, I thought that I'm doing something wrong. Yeah, so SHA-256 sums, right? We need that file as well. Copy copy link address. I also have Arch, but I have vget because you installed it. By default, Arch comes with literally nothing. I just didn't install it. Alexei says you probably never unchecked this under the utilities during Debian installation. That would be correct. That would be correct. Let's vget the SHA file, right? Good. So let's use the SHA-256 sum on this file, right? Good. No, sorry. I meant C. Okay, so it matches this file. Let's take a look inside the file. Not that file, we need this file. Okay, so this file contains 3 hashes, right? 3 hashes for 3 different files, because this entire folder has 3 different files. So our output has calculated for one file, said it's okay. The other ones, not so much. They don't exist. 2 files listed could not be read. No such files in our directory. The value contained within the file. Oh yeah, what I wanted to say that it definitely does contain the file name. Dale Anderson is back. Welcome back. The value contained within the file matches the calculated checksum for our file, just as we would expect. However, if the original file were modified, such as a few bytes lost during a file download, or someone had deliberately tampered with it, the value check would fail. In such cases, we know that our file is bad or corrupted, and we cannot trust the integrity of its contents. To prove the point, we will add some text at the end of the file. We have already done that when I added one dot, and then the end result no longer matched, right? So they did it like this. They did it like, I guess we can do it again, right? Let's add the let's echo blah 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 to the end of Debian ISO image. Okay, we are now going to completely ruin the image. Okay, if we list our folder here, you can see that Debian is still more or less full size, still more than 600 megabytes, but now we added a little bit of crap at the end. Let's tail it. Debian, right? So you can see that now it ends with blah blah blah. And sorry, let's go with the checksum of the file, right? So Debian failed. Debian never fails. Maybe we can fix it. I meant the ISO image. And we see that the checksum does not match what was expected for the file. Therefore, we could not trust the integrity of the file. We could attempt to download a new copy of a file, report the failure of the checksum to the sender of the file, or report it to a data center security team depending on the importance of the file. Looking deeper into files, the octal dump command is often used for debugging applications and various files. By itself, the octal dump command will just list out a file's contents in octal format. We can use our text file from earlier to practice with this command, right? Okay, so we got the contents of the file. The first column of output is the byte offset for each line of output. Since the name of the command, right? Since octal dump prints out information in octal format by default, each line begins with the byte offset of 8 bits, followed by 8 columns, each containing the octal value of the data within that column. Recall that a byte is 8 bits in length. Should you need to view a file's contents in a hexadecimal format, use the -x. Octal dump in the hex format, and there we go. Now each of the 8 columns after the byte offset are represented by their hexadecimal equivalents. One handy use of the octal dump command is for debugging scripts. For example, the octal dump command can show us characters that are not normally seen that exist within a file, such as new line entries. We can do this with the -c option, so that instead of displaying the numerical notation for each byte, these column entries will instead be shown as their character equivalents. Vladimir says just use the $D to remove last line. This should work even for ISO. I don't think I have added a line, to be honest. I have just appended to the end of the file. Dale Anderson is laughing at the same thing that I found somewhat intriguing. Okay. Bzdog, new line. Dog, new line. Cute, new line. Had, new line. Okay. And stuff like that. All of the new line entries within the file are represented by the hidden \n characters. If you just want to view all of the characters within a file and do not need to see the byte offset information, the byte offset column can be removed from the output with AN. Already. Deji Beldani away from keyboard. Okay, octal dump is kind of interesting. Oh, we are at guided exercises. Interesting. Someone just donated a laptop to you, and now you wish to install Linux on it. There is no. There is somebody who does not want to install Linux on the laptop he just got, and that is Mr. Helda Dude from Twitch. I'm just saying. There is no manual, and you were forced to boot it from a USB thumb drive with no graphics whatsoever. You do get shell terminal, and you know for every processor you have there will be a line for it in the pros CPU info file. Where are they heading with this? Someone just donated a laptop and you wish to install Linux? There is no manual and you are forced to boot it from USB. I am not forced to boot it from USB. I am always booting from USB because I want to install Linux. I want to find out what kind of a laptop it is so that I can check in the BIOS first. Yeah. This exercise is fine. It's fine. It's fine. They want us to practice commands. Using the commands grep and the toilet display how many processors you have. Okay, with grep and wc, how many processors do we have? Who is going to be the first in chat to type that? I'm not supposed to use the cat command. I see, Zoran, thank you. Now it's correct. I wasn't allowed to use cat. Porkmail.org era UNIX award. I don't know what that is. Useless use of cat award. So the exercise was to find out how many cores do we have, yeah, along with threads. Useless use of cat award. If you've been reading comp Unix shell or any of the related groups, for any amount of time, this should be familiar topic. I made this web page. Where is the useless use of cat? Okay, so that's the comparison to how to find out how many cores do we have in order to install Linux, right, on a new laptop. Try to find statistically significant differences between the follow-ups from 1995 and the ones being posted today. This sounds like a fun thing to read after the stream. Its cores, Joachim Schneider says its cores including threads, so 16 is 8 cores with hyperthreading on. Yeah, but we don't... if we only grab the line that says processor, then we don't know is it 16 cores or are those are those threads, right? If we want to be sure that there are cores, then we would need to find out whether our CPU supports multi-threading. So for example, CPU cores 8. Okay, let's hack the system. We don't even need WC to find out how many cores we have. We can just check how many cores it has by reading the file. It's basically about people doing the cat file and then piping it to the command instead of command path to file, like cat and then less instead of just less. Yeah, I think it's a bad habit that I'm guilty of, but still a bad habit. Yeah, so basically the description of the CPU tells us how many cores it has. So we know that it's 8. We don't have to count the threads. It's so widespread that there is an award for it, yeah. Vladimir says grab cores, sort. Yeah, but we are not allowed to use sort. Falcon says where and what is prot CPU info? It's a file. Look. It's a file that describes your CPU. It starts with the description of the first thread, which is the entirety of the screen. And then you scroll down. You can see all of the features that this thread supports, right? And there's something about speed and stuff. And then it switches to the second thread and it repeats all over again. And then it goes to the third one and it repeats all over again. So basically, how many threads you have, it just repeats the entirety of the thing that many times. But basically, it's a detailed description of your processor. Do the same thing with sed instead of grep. Daimler Trap says 64 cores. Yeah. Do the same thing with grep. With sed. Sorry, sed. What about multi-processor systems? How will do find no? I don't know. That's right. I'm gonna go with Iceblade on this one. Sed dash I'm copy pasting what Iceblade says. Sed dash I processor. I think Iceblade, your command is not good. I think it's not good. Try again. Your spelling? You think you spelled the word processor wrong? Okay, now the spelling is fine, but the command is still not good. Sed-I cores. It's still not good. I'm just joking. Where's the file? Where's the file, guys? Pros CPU info. Okay. So what are we doing? We are using the I to... Why are we using the I? Because we are working on a file. We don't want to work on a file. -n sounds better, Philcon says. Did I forget what I stands for? For spelling, case sensitive? No, on sed, that's not for spelling. On sed, the -I is to work on a file. Basically, we need this and P, right? To print out the processors, and then we need to count it with word count, right? That's how it's supposed to work. I don't know why you guys all said -I. Why did you do that? -I is for case insensitivity on grep. Silicon was close. Were we supposed to use WC or not? Do the same thing with sed instead of grep. Yeah, and then we need WC. Okay. Explore your local password file with grep, sed, head, and tail commands. Which users have access to a bash shell? with grep, set, head, and tail. Grep bash password. That should give us the lines that tell us which users use the bash shell, right? So this would be the Linux Renaissance and Postgres. Ahmed in Twitch, are you still with us? Am I even streaming on Twitch? I think I am. Ahmed, let me know if you're still watching. I don't think Ahmed is here anymore. Never mind. Okay, so which users have access to bash shell? That's what we find out. Your system has various users that exist to handle specific programs or for administrative purposes. They do not have access to a shell. How many of those exist in your system? How many of users are there in my password file or yours that don't have a shell? Right? So I think what they want us to do is basically just this, right? Grep -v and then bash, just to find out the rows that don't contain the word bash. That's not the best way to find out how many users don't have access to a shell, because users could be using another shell. So grepping with v grepping with v is not good, but I think it's good enough for this particular exercise. What we should actually do, we should count. Well, basically, we should discard everything that comes. How do I say it? Everything that comes before the last part, but also we could do no login. Also, we could do no login, right? Because that's how it's treated in this file, right? So that they cannot log in. Maybe that's the actual answer which they wanted me to do. Ilkon says cut. Now you're doing the same thing that Alexei warned me about 5 minutes ago. You're cutting a file and then grepping instead of just grepping the file. You know, you can just use grep without cat. The how many? How many? Okay, I understand now. How many? Okay. Grep wc-l, right? 22. You feel like a plumber? Yeah, I know. Me too. How many users and groups exist in your system? Remember, use only the password file. How many users and groups exist? By watching the password file. How do we do that? How many users and groups? Help me out with this. How do we find out how many users and groups do we have just by looking at the password file? Zoran is. What is the WX? Oh, WC. You want to you want to line count the password file? Schneider is saying it third and fourth column are user ID and group ID. Yeah. Zoran and Demlan Trap are just counting lines. I'm not actually sure what the PDF. I'm not sure what the PDF wants us to do. Do they want us to just count the lines? That's too easy. They want us to find out how many groups are there in our system. Iceblade wants to use the word. I don't know what you just wrote, Iceblade. It doesn't make sense. Schneider says user ID in the password file is unique. Yeah. But we can only use, remember, we can only use grep, sed, head, and tail. So for this, for group count, I think we should use sed. Because this is the group, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. So the fourth column is group. We need to print all of the fourth columns, all of the unique fourth columns. Alexei, I'm just trying to do what the PDF is telling us to do, right? I think they phrased it wrong. Maybe they meant calculate how many of the groups can you see inside the password file. Maybe that's what they want. Because I didn't fully understand the requirement. Yeah, I know what you're saying, Alexei. I'm just saying that I'm also trying to understand what the PDF wants. maybe it is not possible what they want, but maybe they didn't really want me to do that, what they said that they want me to do. Keep it simple and stupid. I'm trying. I was considering using the separators. I'm trying to find out how to tell set to count the columns, the 2 dot characters. Damland Traps says print everything from password and then line count it. And that's not what I want. You don't need set at all. You can just use word count. Look, Damland Trap. Word count -l password. Okay? You don't need set at all. You're using set for no reason. I see what you wanted to do, but there is no reason for that. If you just want the amount of lines of the password file, right? Maybe we can say that there are 26 users on the system just by counting lines, but that doesn't mean that there are 26 groups. How many users and groups exist in your system? I don't know. Maybe they want us to do something really, really simple and we are just complicating it. So let's just do this. Tail password. Okay. So after the that's not what I want. I don't know. Maybe 26 is the answer. Whatever. Iceblade, what you just wrote doesn't make any sense. You want to replace the word users? Is that what you want with the word group? Or what are you trying to do? Anyways, let's skip. I'm gonna say that the answer is just word count -l for just for counting lines. List only the first line, the last line, and the 10th line of your password file. head and one password. Okay. Tail and one password. And the 10th line, how do we get that one? Like this? Ooh. Huh? Not what I wanted. Oh, it starts with root. Oh, sed is with -n. Sed 10p. Tail minus n1. Ah, with the tail. Okay. The combination of the head and tail. Now I'm too dense. Head, like with 10, and now tail it. Okay, now tail it with just 1. Okay. Okay, so how we do it with sed? Sed 10p, right? Sed 10p password, just like that. No. It gave us the entire file with -n. News is the answer here. And news is the answer here as well. Okay. Consider this password file example. Copy the lines below to a local file named my password for this exercise. My password. Okay. Works. List all users in group 1000. Use sed to select only the appropriate field from the my password file. You missed the last Henry Adams. Oh yeah. Okay, fixed it. List all users in group 1000. Use sed to select only the appropriate field, so the fourth one, from the my password file. That's what I tried to do earlier. And I didn't find the explanation. We need a fourth column, so we need to ask sed how to give us the fourth column, basically. So we have quiet, debug, script, file, follow symlinks, suffix, line, specify the desired line rep length. We don't want that. Use extended regular expressions in the script. I don't believe I want to do that. If I must, I will, but I don't want to do that. Consider files as separate rather than a single. There can be only one /q. Operate in sandbox command. Load minimal amounts of data from the input files and flush the output buffers more often. This sounds like something that uses less RAM. Separate lines by null characters. Display help and exit. Command synopsis. I mean, I can always ask the internet, but I'm just trying to force myself to read the manual. Philcon, you are correct that this will print all of the lines that contain the string 1000. However, there is also a user with that number, so you would be mistaken. Your command is close to correct, but not. And that's why I'm trying to find a better solution to count the columns. Copy append pattern space to hold space. I have no clue what you mean by this Nemlin trap. Exchange the contents of the hold and pattern spaces. Set commands can be given with no addresses, in which case the command will be executed for all input files. Demlan trap, you want us to print all of the lines that contain 1000 column 1000. That will not give us the answer to the question. Schneider says probably stupid, but you can extract the user IDs with yes. I didn't want to use the regex. Iceblade made the most simple solution possible so far, and I think, no, not think, I know this will work. This is good. This is good, Iceblade. Best answer so far, and the simplest. Sed dash n 1000. Oh no, it won't. It won't. Yeah, you're right. It won't because the user also starts with the column. Vladimir says, as far as I know, 100 can have more members, but 1000 is unique to the user. No. Boss Gans, thanks for the follow on Twitch. Now let's watch how Boss Gans spams the chat. Deji Beldani. I'm back. I didn't want to run into a certain man in my street, so I had to delay my return. Okay. I'm not entirely sure if my Twitch is set to the zombie, yeah. If my Twitch is set to not allow people to type anything in the first couple of minutes after joining or something like that. But sorry about that if you still can't type. How to exclude instead. Okay, let's try to help ourselves. Not what I wanted. Yeah, Schneider, I believe you, but I'm trying to not use regex if this is possible. If it's not possible and we really have to use regex, then fine. I'm just trying to see if I am being forced into using regex because I'm trying to. Or is that regex at all? Maybe that's not regex. What is that anyways? S. Gotta use some pattern. Yeah. I want to print out the password file and find out what I want to find out. extract the group ID from each line, remove duplicates, count them. Yeah, that's what you want to do, right? So nothing without the regex. Extract the group ID from each line. The GID is the fourth field, separated by columns. Remove. Okay, so here's the command sequence. Sed would be could, but it's not allowed. It didn't say how. It did say how. Okay, sorry. It did say how. It said that we need to use sed. Why do we want to sed x column 1000? We want to cut that out. You want us to cut out that part. I see. Yeah, okay, that's the easy way, yeah. Let's see if that works. Doesn't work? Well, let's give it a go. Sed dash n 1000 dash print my password. Okay, and now to get rid of that one, sed dash I forgot the command. How do we don't need the dash n, we just need x and 1000, and then is it n or don't print this? No? Man said, I forgot which command was it to not d? Oh, the delete, right. Delete. Right, now it works. Now it works. Okay, that's the easy way out without regex, because I'm most certain that they didn't want us to use regex. So many brains in this chat, and it took us like 15 minutes to get this right. Okay, the next one is fun. List only the full names of all the users for this group. Use sed and could. List all users. It did not say that we need to line count. Just list users. List only full names. and then use sed and cut. Let's find out how cut works first. Remove sections from each line of files. Print selected parts of lines from each file to standard output. Bytes characters delimiter. Okay, so let's use the delimiter. -d is put -d column, and no, that's not right. Options and then file -d. How do you use the delimiter? Do I put it under quotations? Like this? This won't work. -f. What is F1? Fields. Select only these fields. List only the full names, so it's not field 1. It's field 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's field 5. My password, sorry. Oh, we have commas as well. We have commas as well, not just the you know. We need to use two types of delimiters. Can we do it twice? Like this? No. What about this? Only one single character. Pipe it to another cut. Use pipe. List only full names with sed and cut. Let me just think about what sed would do here. I don't see what can sed help here. Okay. Okay, now it works. F5 is the comment field. No, it's not. It's the name. Clearly, it's the name. Alexei, are you telling this to me or to Vladimir? Joachim says you need your sed command to feed in the users of group 1000 from before. List only the full names of all the users for this group. Okay. Okay. For this group. So I can just continue, right? Good. Minus D. It's still 5. Okay. You need your set command to feed in the users of group 1000. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I'm a bit slow. I didn't read the question in full. But it wasn't much of a difference, you know. It's just feeding one to another. Oh, explorational. Once more, using my password file from the previous exercise, devise a bash command that will select one individual from the main office to win a raffle contest. One individual from the main office to win a raffle. Dva puta seci, jednom sedi. Okay. Alrighty. So we need a bash command to select everyone from the main office to win a raffle contest. Use the set command to only print out the lines for the main office. Let's do that first. Daisy Beldani, gotta go. Yeah. Good night and thanks for hanging out. We are ending fairly soon anyway. So said with the main office, right? Print and feed my password into it. What is the mistake? Okay, I fixed it. Okay, we got the main office. Now, put it in the... it's fine. It's fine. What's the next thing? We need to extract the name now. Okay, all of the names from the main office. Okay, good. -D. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 again. Right, and once again the -D. Sorry. Okay, we got the people from the main office. What else they want? And then a CUT command sequence to retrieve the first name of each user from these lines. Okay. CUT -D. I don't know if this will help to get a space, but let's try it. Nope. What about this? Okay. Now, obviously, we can use the single quotes to create a separator or delimiter, right? Okay, we got the names. Next, you will want to randomly sort these names and only print out the top name from the list. Random sort. Shuffle but group identical keys. Okay. Sort Frank, Henry, Emma. Carol, Frank, John. Emma, John, Frank. Okay. And now head 1. Now it's Henry. Okay. Now we are getting a raffle. Is this okay? We are raffling. How many people work in finance, engineering, and sales? Consider exploring the UNIX command. Report or omit repeated lines. So the question is, how many people work in finance? With the UNIX command. Okay, finance. Finance. We need to I don't know. Let's find out how we can do the UNIX command. Filter adjacent matching lines from input. Filter adjacent matching lines from input, writing to output. With no options, matching lines are merged to the first occurrence. Prefix lines by the number of occurrences. Oh, this should be easy. UNIX-C. So grep finance my password, right? Okay, and then UNIX-C. Not what I wanted. I mean, I could do the line count. UNIX-C finance my password. Really? prefix lines by the number of occurrences. Only print duplicate lines. Print all duplicate lines. Consider piping from a previous sed command. But the question is, how many people work in finance? I suppose we want to get a number. Basically, we want to use the unique command in a way that we use word count. No, Iceblade, I think they want us to find out how many people work in finance, comma, engineering, and sales. So there are 3 answers. I see why you want me to use sed. Sed finance from my password. Okay, so these 4 work in finance, but why do we want unique? I mean, what do we get by using unique-c? Nothing. Philcon, you're correct, but that's not what they want us to do, right? This is fine. The answer is 4. But look, consider exploring the unique command. Iceblade says unique-d. Only print duplicate lines. Del says now expand to or for any of the 3. Unique counts the number in each department. So that's what we're asked for. Really? I don't think I understood the question then. How many people work? Let me try to read it once again. Okay, so this is a counter, right? The repeated only print duplicate lines. Let's do what Iceblade says. Sed -n finance ng Yeah, it doesn't work that way. Iceblade. Dell says, I read it as wanting something like 3 engineering, 4 finance, and 2 whatever. Okay, let's... maybe. I'm trying to think about how to get it right. So this command will give us all of the finance people, but it will not count the rest of them. Guys, don't even think about regex. I don't think it's in the scope of this lesson. Regex is like difficulty, I don't know, 8. Maybe. I don't know, for me. The difficulty of this lesson is 2. Lajka, ajde tu budi. Tu budi. Može? Bravo. Tu budi. We don't want or, we want and. We want to print all of the people. I'm typing what you guys are telling me to type. Pilcon says, said main office. Why main office? Because all of them are in main office. Okay. Okay, so Filcon says to set main office and then use the first field. Oh, so just the username. I guess we could do that. Just the username. Yeah, okay. You're right. Okay, main office. But we don't want what I just did. Okay, we want main office and okay, let's use the first field, just the username. That's fine. Just the username, and then no, that's not fine. We can no longer use the unique. You did it wrong. We can no longer use the unique on this one. Change the cut so it leaves the department. Iceblade is asking which commands to use. It doesn't say. They just want us to use unique. Welcome says we can use unique if we use could to leave department. I don't know how. Right now we have people of the main office. So how many people, right? So we want 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No, we want comma. Okay, let's use comma as a delimiter and use the second field. Okay, cut dash d comma f2. Okay, now we have this, and let's go ahead and unique count. Well, that's better, right? We were supposed to just filter out the departments and not people. We got stuck on people, but the question is not about people. It's just about how many people, right? Iceblade says, no, Philcon says, now I understand cut command, could command. Yeah. It uses the comma as a delimiter, and it uses the second field. So basically this is field 1. This is field 2. This is field 3, right? In between here, and so on. Okay, we did it. Now you want to prepare a comma separated value file. So you can easily import from the my password file in the previous example the file names.csv into LibreOffice. The file contents will have the following format. Okay, first name, last name, position. So Carol Smith Finance. Use sed, cut, and paste. Oh, there is a paste command. What does that do? Paste merge lines of files. Write lines consisting of the sequentially corresponding lines from each file. Separate. I don't get it. Write lines consisting of the sequentially corresponding lines. Sequentially means one after another from each file, separated by tabs. I don't get it. Let me see an example. Delimiters. Reuse characters from list instead of tabs. Oh, we can use multiple delimiters here. Paste one file at a time instead of in parallel. Oh, no example here. Okay, so what I do know that the paste can use multiple delimiters. That might prove useful. But I don't get it. I don't understand the description. Write lines consisting of sequentially corresponding lines from each file. So you take like multiple files and then write lines consisting. Oh, it will will it paste the first line of the first file and then first line of the second file and etc. Is that what it does? Root bash and then root bash. Okay. So it pasted the first file from the first file and the first line, sorry, the first line of both files, but in one row. I don't know how useful is that, but yeah, Iceblade. Yeah, okay, I can see what it does, but now we need to consider how can this help us. Vladimir is back. Okay, so we want first name, last name, and the position. Okay, we need first name, last name, and the position. Vladimir, we already solved the previous question. Can we paste with delimiter, like, I don't know, column and then comma into the, I don't know, file? That doesn't make sense, does it? Man, paste one more time. Okay, so delimiter is something. Paste one file at a time instead of in parallel. Okay. How does that help us? Write lines. I don't understand why they want us to use the paste command. Set, cut, and paste to achieve the result. Maybe they want us to use the paste command in order to use two delimiters. Demland Trap says it will combine split data and use the limited use supplied to combine them. Paste is for merging. I still don't get it. I don't understand it in this context. They want us to use set, cut, and paste to get the first name, last name, and the position. However, the problem with this is that first name, last name, first name and the last name are delimited with a space, while the position is delimited with a comma. So we are going to branch out in two directions and then merge them with paste, right? That's what you wanted to do. Okay. I think I'm starting to understand. Okay. So first of all, we have people, right? Then we want cut, and wait a second. I don't suppose we can use scripting, right? It would be easier if we could type multiple commands. Okay, cut. You're still at regex. Cut -d and then space and then F1. Oh no. I think we need to feed these commands into paste and not the other way around. We need paste. That doesn't work, right? F5, F6. Nope. Only one list. Basically, we want to use paste to gather 3 files, right? Let's try it like this. Let's try it like this. Cut into 1, name, cut into 2, surname, cut into 3, position. Okay, and then we would use paste 1, 2, and 3 to you know, to get them together. Also paste dash d comma, right? So this is the final result that we want to accomplish. But we don't have 3 files. We could have 3 files easily if we could do bash scripting or shell scripting, but can we use standard input and standard output? We should use it. Anyways, this is the end game command. This is the end game command, but we need to feed it 3 standard inputs somehow. Vladimir says grep office test1. Grep office my password and put the 5th field. No, you're not correct. You cannot pipe cut twice in a row, because once you do the initial, once you do the first cut for the 5th position, and then you want to cut it again, you will get nothing. Grep grep office in my password, right? There is no file called test1. Okay, so we have a lot of lines that are office. And then you said cut dash d column dash f5. Okay, I see what you mean. Okay, and then you want to cut dash d comma dash f. Comma. Okay, I see. F1 comma 2. F1 comma 2. Okay, that's what Iceblaze tried, but he wanted to do the F1 and then F2. I have no idea what TR is, but okay. I missed the chat. Oh, there are spaces here. Okay. Okay, that does it. That does it, but they want us to use the paste command. Where is my OBS here? Here it is. Okay. Okay, your way definitely solves the requirement, but not in the way it was ordered. Use set, cut, and paste. What is TR anyway? Translate or delete characters. Oh, okay, translate space to comma. Good. Dale Anderson says that AI suggests putting the commands in parentheses to act as virtual files. Vladimir says, I don't get why to use paste. Because they said so? I mean, do you come to an exam and raise your hand like, teacher, the exam wants me to do something in a way that I don't like. Can I do it in a different way? You know? I accept that the PDF can be broken because we already stumbled upon something that's kind of weirdly phrased. But if they said use paste, then they want us to practice paste, right? So as you can see, paste actually works just fine. It's good. Cut dash D com F 1 2 3 4 5 F5. Okay, we got the name. No diplomas. Okay, this command gives us first name. Okay, now let's go ahead and catch the second one. Field 2. Field 2 with cut dash D comma and then 1. That's the last name. Okay, last name. Okay, now we need the position. Okay. Position is the second field after comma. F2. Okay, that's the position. Okay. Can we just put them inside parentheses? Okay. Paste parentheses. What are parentheses? Is that this? Is this parentheses? Do I need the end sign? I suppose not. But who knows? I actually didn't do this before, which is kind of obvious. Okay, so it doesn't work that way. Nah, that's not the way. Paste dash D backslash T commands 2, commands 1. What is the backslash T? Ah, okay. So they want us to make 3 separate files, one per field, and just use paste to join them, or what? Yes. But I don't want to make files. That's the thing. Making files is easy. I mean, we can just do this into 1. My terminal got jammed or something. This one into 1. This one into 2. This one into 3. And voila. But that's not what I want. How to use paste on 3 separate streams. Yeah, that's the question. I think. Ah, yeah. I just didn't expect that the space would be the problem. Double check the delimiters. That's what composes things in paste. I think we're fine. I mean, I think we got it right. Vladimir says that he wants to complicate things more after we have successfully solved the assignment. So now you have done what the exam says, and you want to complicate it some more. I think we're done. There is one more question, I think. Oh, there are three more questions. No, four. Oh crap. Anyways, let's speed up. Bring in some functionality completely off topic. Yeah. No, that's fine. I just wasn't aware that there are so many questions in the PDF. Suppose. I forgot that we need to feed it into the CSV. Names.csv. Yeah, now it's fine. You posted before your solution. You said something about variables. Um, okay. Suppose that the names.csv spreadsheet created in the previous exercise is an important file, and we want to make sure nobody will tamper with it from the moment we send it to someone and the moment our recipient receives it. How can we ensure the integrity of this file using MD5 sum? Well, we just calculate it, right? And MD5 sum and the names. Yeah, okay. All right. You promised yourself that you would read a classic book 100 lines per day, and you decided to start with Mariner and Mystic by Herman Melville. Devise a command using split that will separate this book into sections of 100 lines each. Oh, sorry. Where's the search? Ah, book search. I can see that our PDF lesson is very popular in the world. If only 381 people in the entire world have downloaded this book, together with everyone who is doing this PDF. I'm just saying, how many people did go through this PDF? Even if nobody has downloaded this book outside of this PDF, right? Is it possible that only 300 people has actually done this? Read online, EPUB, Kindle, plain text, okay. Copy. Uh, 15,000 lines. We are the elite. Yes, we are. We definitely are. Okay, 15,000 lines. We need to separate this into pieces of 100 lines by using the split command. Okay, man split. Okay, split a file into pieces. Suffix bytes, line bytes, put at most. Okay, use numeric suffixes. Use hex suffixes. Lines, put number of lines per output file. Oh, it's just that, L per file. Let me see, what do they want? To split that, using split that will separate this book into sections. They didn't say that we can't produce files. Nokdir book, enter book, and now we want to split dash L100, and we want the PG book. There we go. Word count dash L XAA 100 lines. XAB 100 lines. XAA. There we go. 100 lines per file. Yeah, okay, this was faster than the previous lesson. For sure. Using DLS on the etc directory, what kind of listing do you get? I get a detailed listing. Using the cut command on the output of the given command, how would you display only the file names? How would I display only the file names with the cut command? Let's use the cut minus delimiter, that is space, and then we need the field 1, 2, I don't know if this is tab or spaces. I think this is spaces. If this is spaces, then we are in trouble, because there are some inconsistencies. Let's hope that this is tabs. So that would be 1 space 2, 3, and then what is this? This won't work. None of this will work because there are inconsistencies. Read the rest of the exercise. Okay. Use the. What about the file name and the owner of the files? Along with the ls-l and cut commands, utilize the tr command to squeeze multiple occurrences of a space into a single space to aid in formatting. Okay. tr. How to squeeze things. Delete characters. Can we replace them? No. Translate or delete. Vladimir says -s. Squeeze repeats. Like this. Okay. Squeeze. Turns tabs into one space. Iceblade, it's not tabs. That's the problem. It's actually many spaces. Okay. It's not a tab, just 4 spaces. Yeah, 4 spaces, 5 spaces, 6 spaces, stuff like that. Basically, it just squeezes, deletes the repeating character. Sorry, I just pasted something randomly. This exercise assumes you are on a real machine. you must also have a USB stick with you. Review the manual pages for the tail command. Okay, let's prepare that. Man tail. And find out how to follow a file as text is appended to it. Okay, that much we already know. While monitoring the output of the tail command on the syslog file, insert a USB stick. Write out the full command that you would use to get the product manufacturer and the total amount of memory of your USB stick. Product manufacturer and total amount of memory. Okay, so we can't use syslog because we don't have syslog on Arch Linux. We can use the message. I forgot the command from previous lessons. Vladimir, can you remind me what was the command to print the message? Sorry, sudo -i. -e. Is that the tail? Nope. Since we don't have syslog, where do we see journal? Okay. Journal control. Yeah, okay. We need to follow that one. Show only kernel messages. Show only the most recent journal entries and continuously print new entries. Okay, so it's just like that. -f. Okay, nice. So this is similar to tail-f on the syslog file that I don't have. So if I insert a USB stick, I should get some output here, right? There we go. That's my output, right? Good. So from this output, what do we need? We need a used to get the product, manufacturer, and the amount of memory, right? Product, manufacturer, where is the amount of memory? Vladimir says we should grab the product, blocks, and manufacturer. Where is blocks? I'm blind. I don't see blocks. Oh, here, logical blocks. Okay. Write the full command that you would use to get the product, manufacturer, and the total amount of memory. Just for a test. Inserting the USB now. So product and then column. But we also need colon, sorry, colon. I'm just testing. Yeah, okay. But this will print out the entire files and not just the product is, something. I feel like they want only to extract this and not the entire line. What do you guys think? Do they want us to extract the entire line or just to extract the actual product? I can type what Vladimir said. So the caps doesn't matter. Product, and then what? Blocks. This doesn't work. This is for Iceblade. I give you the screen for reading. No, Vladimir, your command doesn't work. I don't know what the backslash and pipe is supposed to be. Oh, it's the escape character. Let's try to Imer06 on Twitch. Hello, hello. Welcome in. We are ending the lesson right now. Just one more question. Here it is just for Imer06. You missed a backslash before the colon. Really? Extended regular expression. Interpret patterns as extended regular expressions. See below. Below where? Interpret patterns. -I. Now it works. Now it works, but we got lines. So do you think that this is the answer? This is a question for everyone. Do you think that this is the answer to the question, or do they want us to review the manual pages for the tail command and find out how to follow a file as text is appended to it while monitoring the output? Write the full command that you would use to get the product. I think it's fine. I think it's fine. There is no need to complicate things further. Maybe we could extract just this and just this, but I think they only want us to follow the lines and nothing more. Let's read this just once. Cat used to combine or read plain text files. bzcat allows for processing or reading of files compressed using the bzip2 method. xzcat allows for the processing or reading of files compressed using the xz method. zcat, same thing, less. This command paginates the contents of a file and allows for navigations and search functionality. Head displays the first 10 lines of a file by default, which can be changed. Tail, same thing, but shows the end of the file. Word count, depending on parameters, you can count characters, words, lines. Sort is used for organizing the output of a listing alphabetically, reverse alphabetically, or by in a random order. Unique used to list matching strings and count them. Octal dump is used to display a binary file in either octal, decimal, or hexadecimal notation. Number line command will display the number of lines in a file, as well as recreate a file with each line prepended by its line number. Stream editor can be used to find matching occurrences of strings, uses regular expressions, as well as editing files using predefined patterns. The translate command tr can replace characters and also removes the compresses and removes and compresses repeating characters. Okay. Cut, this command can print columns of text files as fields based on files character delimiter. Paste can join files in columns based on the usage of field separators. Split can split larger files into smaller ones depending on the criteria set by the commands option. Hash calculators used for calculating the hash value of the file. Also used to verify a file against the existing hash value to ensure the file's integrity. Same thing, same thing. Okay, now the answers. Here are two options. Cut the CPU info and then grab the processor and then word count it. Or we can just grab the processor in this file and then word count it. Now do the same with sed. So it was sed processor print in this file and then word count it. We did exactly the same. Here we use the sed with the n parameter, so sed will not print anything except for what matches the expression processor as instructed by the p command. As we did in the grep solutions, word count will count the number of lines. Study the next example. Sed processor print and then set it again with the dollar equals. I think Vladimir mentioned this somewhere in the chat, but I ignored it. I saw it, but I ignored it. This command sequence provides identical result to the previous example where the output of sed was piped into a word count command. The difference here is that instead of using word count -l to count the number of lines, sed is again invoked to provide equivalent functionality. Once more, we are suppressing the output of sed with the -n option, except for the expression that we are explicitly calling, which is $equals. This expression tells sed to match the last line and then to print the line number. $16. So basically this is WC-L. Explore your local password file. Which users have access to bash shell? Okay, I only used the string bash, but yeah, this is a little bit more accurate. We will improve this answer by only displaying the name of the user that utilizes the bash shell. Did we not do this with Qt? I don't remember anymore. The user's name is the first field. Okay. Your system has various users that exist to handle specific programs or blah blah blah. How many of those users exist? They don't have the shell. Oh, so that's the first thing that I did, the grep -v. So everyone who doesn't have bash, but this is incorrect because there are, people who use the Z shell like I do, and in this case it would be incorrect. So then I grepped the no login shell, right? That's kind of more accurate. How many users and group exist in your system? The first field of any given line in your password file is the username. The second is typically an X, indicating the user password. The third is the user ID. So this should give us the number of users. "44 lines. Also 44 lines. So what is this command actually doing? I don't get it. This command is using the colon as a separator, and then it's only using the third field, and then it's just counting lines. This doesn't make sense to me. Why would they use why would they use qt at all if they can just word count the entire file? Because the entire file has the third column, right? I don't get it. What is this command supposed to do? Well, most of the time it will. However, there are situations where you will set different super users or other special kinds of users sharing the same user ID. So to be on the safe side, we will pipe the result and then count it. I still don't get it. It was to only show not full line, Iceblade says. I don't get it. Now for the number of groups. But yeah, they didn't allow us to use cut, did they? How many users and groups exist in your system? Explore with grep, set, head, and tail. Yeah, they didn't allow us to use cut. With set, you could always filter it using pipes. I mean, we went through it already. It's just that the PDF is a bit inconsistent, right? First, they tell us to use these 4 commands, and then they give us an answer with cut, which wasn't being offered to us as an optional, command. They didn't allow us to use it. Yeah, PDF is cheating. List only the first line, the last line, and then the 10th line. Oh, we did that on this machine, I think. Yeah, news. I think. But yeah, said 1p. We didn't do the command like this. We did something else. This will do. Remember that the parameter -n tells the sed not to print anything other than what is specified by the p. The $sign is a regular expression, meaning the last line of the file. Okay, they are using regex. I really did not expect that they are going to do that. But we solved this in a different way. Yeah. Philcon remembers. We piped tail and head. Yeah. I really did not expect them to go this far. Maybe this is not too far, I don't know. They just did it in a different way. I think we got acceptable number of answers correctly. Should be enough for a decent score. Yeah. Consider this. Copy the lines below to local file named my passwords. List all users in group 1000. List all users in the group 1000. Use set to select only the appropriate field. Yeah? Oh, since Carol Smith is a member of group 2000. Yes, so we need to eject Carol. Yeah, we did something similar. We can use a regular expression to solve this problem. We solved it simpler with no regex. Cheating again, using something we didn't learn. Iceblade says A to Z is regex. Yeah. Do note how the fields inside the results can be separated by comma. So we will pipe the output to another cut command. Okay. Once more, using the myPassword file, devise a bash command that will select one individual from the main office to win a raffle. Oh, we got that right. We got it right. From the main office, the individual sorted randomly. Yeah, that's fine. And head -1. How many people work in finance, engineering, and sales? Consider exploring the unique command. So basically, yeah, we did the same thing here. We got it like this in the end. Now you want to prepare a CSV file. Let's see how they did it. Said cut and paste. Now we have the first name. Now we have the last name. This is cheating. I could do that a lot faster. I mean, I did that with the files, right? They did it with files. And then they just joined the files with paste. I could be done with this command a lot faster if I knew that I can just put it in a file and then join them with paste. We spent so much time trying to devise a huge command, and we could just do it like this, which is what I did in front of you, but it wasn't allowed. I at least I think it wasn't. No, Vladimir, the paste needs to be used. It's just that we combined a huge command. I mean, they used paste, and then they used another command for the delimiter, right? But they really didn't need to use the tr, because paste can do that as well. Paste can produce the delimiter. Okay, sorry, look down. I see now. Paste -d, comma. Yeah, that's what I did. That's what I did, but not on the files, but on the std out. So where is paste here? Where is paste here? If we are allowed not to use paste, then we could have used the Vladimir's command. Sed main office myPassword. Oh, we can pipe different goods. Interesting. Yeah, If not using paste is allowed, then Vladimir was also correct. So this is kind of a cheating. MD5 sum. Yeah, whatever. Okay, this is easy. And download the book. You might need to install wget. Split it. Okay, they use the what's the Melville? Melville will be the prefix for split files. Okay. The option tells split to number the files using the provided suffix. Okay, so it will look a bit prettier. Using ls. Okay, that's the thing that Vladimir helped with. F9. Okay. For the file name and the owner of a file, we will need the night and the third fields. F9, 3. What if we just need the folder names? Okay. Iceblade, yeah. We could have gotten a prettier file names. Real machine. Okay, let me see how this works. Tail, grep product, blocks and manufacture. Yeah, okay. So we are good. We're good. We didn't really need to cut anything here. Let's go to sleep. Everyone except Dale Anderson. And Alexei is already sleeping. Today's lesson was difficulty 2. So the one next Sunday is double the difficulty from the one today. Or so they say. Vladimir says these LPIC docs are not too bad. I don't know, have you guys ever checked Microsoft courses? Pure useless corporate speak to make you sick. Did not feel like a 2 today. Yeah. I agree. Did not feel like a 2 today. Okay, we have definitely going to rewatch and do the exercise. Yeah. At least we didn't have any talk about the languages today or car transmissions. I usually do little scripts for tasks like this instead writing commands. Okay. Harder to make a mistake because more hands-on approach, right? This was all business, yeah, correct. Could have crammed 1 hour or 2 of talking about languages. Guys, we have been on this lesson for 5 hours straight. with no side quests. This was actually the longest actual lesson so far, because we never crossed 5 hours so far. We did touch 5 hours a couple of times, but always with side quests. So I think this was the longest one, the longest actual lesson. Vladimir says, SED and TR are lifesavers for a bunch of tasks. Yeah, we definitely need to do that. Okie dokie. Just watched DT video about FMT and fold. My comment was so basically said. Got 0 likes. Let me help you with that. Am I logged in here? I'm not. I need a different browser where I'm logged in. I'm not logged in the other one as well. Let's try Firefox. Why am I not logged into YouTube on any of my browsers? Oh, here I am.
I want to.
Did you post it recently? Did you post it recently, Vladimir? $20 comments? Only 20 comments? When did he post that? A day ago? Maybe I scrolled down past your name. Ah, okay. Now you have 1 like. Sleep time. Okay. Thank you very much for hanging out. Tomorrow at 4 Central European time, you get 1 video about Mozilla and Firefox. And on Wednesday, you get 1 video about the new version of Zorin operating system. And on Tuesday, I don't know. We'll see. The Firefox and Zorin are already published. Just put on a timer. This worked like a charm. I dropped a sub. Okay. Anyways, it's writing rpm build.spec files time for me. Okay. Good night, everyone.